Right. Today we are going to be doing this 4Runner. We got a big project ahead of us because we were doing the whole thing, including the windshield, including the sunroof, all in ceramic. So we're going to do 20 on all the sides and the rear. The rear already has a 30% factory privacy glass to it. So we're going to do a layer over that, 20 on the front doors. 50 on the windshield, 70 on the sunroof, and it's gonna look badass. So let's just get some cameras going. And we're just getting some cameras here. That one. Cool. We also have a cool thing that was just sent to me that we're probably going to use for some of this. We got a Tint Buster sprayer. So that is a newer backpack sprayer. It's going to be interesting. What percent? I should have waited. I just went over all of them. 20 pretty much over, 20 over all the sides and the rear, 50 on the windshield, and 70 on the sunroof. How much? A little over 7? Big job. All right, let's throw... I should get one of those little swatches. I'll do it later. That's fine. So we got this. Last thing that we need. It's going to be this is a microphone. And did I open this one? There we go. And it just started getting cold outside. GoPro. Hey! Oh, let's fix that. Ta-da! Cool. Looks like we're up and running. Let's make sure this is cleaned off. Let's do it. GoPro. All right. So, yeah, all the sides, rear windows are down. So let's get those taped. First and foremost, we'll get those, throw some tape on the seals. Got a little bit of cleaning to do. But as far as the roll downs go, they're going to be pretty straightforward. Same thing for the windshield, pretty straightforward. Probably, like, these aren't going to be the hardest gasket quarters, but these are definitely tighter. This is kind of like what they do with front quarters and stuff. Pretty typical of Toyota to see that. If I had to say there's one window I'm not looking forward to, it's going to be those quarters, and also that back window, because the back window rolls down. So, back window I don't think is too difficult, but I think if you want to pull a sweep on that one, you do have to remove the panel, but we're not going to do that. We ain't going to do that. tuck that in. Tuck my sides. And power's off, so we'll do that later. Oh, a little farther. There we go. Wrap that in. There we go. Strip over the top. Tuck in my sides. All right. One side done. One, two, little guy there. Here we go. Wrap that around. Nice. Now at this point, since we're here, I might as well turn this on. Did I turn it? I turned it off. Turn it on. Perfect. I don't know what that beep boop is, but it likes to beep boop. Is it because of this? It's not. Oh, I think it's because of this thing here. This is the second one I've seen. This is really unusual. Yep. So I just had one of these the other day, and it had the not quite that same setup, but it was like another Toyota dash cam. Didn't know that they were making factory dash cams, but that is currently going beep boop. It would be nice to know if I can stop it. Every time I buy tape, like you have, you switch it up on me. I use whatever is pretty much most economical and convenient. I get asked about the Lowe's a lot. Lowe's was like $10 for quite a while, and then they raised their price to $14 like everybody else. So we have a Home Depot closer to here. So then we got Tyvek. Tyvek tears a little bit too easily, but it's still a fine solution. I notice it seems to tear a little bit easier. That's all. And then Menards actually has this one, and I think it was like $12, so like $12 to $14, not a huge difference there. But we regularly pick stuff up from there anyways, so worked out. So this one's from Menards. But it's the same thing. House wrap tape. Whoa!
Hans Gabling is super chatted $5. You sponsored by Toyota or what?
Hans!
Dash cams forever.
You sponsored by Toyota or what? I know it. There's been so many, like I said, I don't normally get Toyotas, and that means that's all I get now, is all I get are Toyotas. And surprisingly enough, the dash cams to go along with it, which I didn't learn they were a thing till the other day, and now yours and this one. The beep boop, that's a new one on me though. Yours didn't beep boop. This one right now is beep boop. He just had the windshield replaced the other day, so said something about having to recalibrate this. But oh, I pushed the action button. And now it's done. Okay, hopefully that didn't do anything bad. I just bought 11 rolls of red tuck tape on Amazon. Tuck tape is great. Yeah, tuck tape is definitely a great one. So you can order any of the house wrap tapes that they have on Amazon. Tuck tape is my favorite one on there. It's one of those things that I tend to forget about, and then when I need it quick, so then I find it locally. That's why I usually don't have them. All right. So let's see. Oh, yeah. Look at me using my regular sprayer. We're probably going to use a mix here, because I got to climb in there too, so we'll give this thing a swing. I got to load this up with some slip solution though. So this is a new product. They were super nice and sent one out. This is called the Tint Buster. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna get this all set up. So this has a pretty sick pump in it. Oh yeah, I think, is this on? I didn't turn that one on. Oh yeah, and then I have to push the power button. So on the strap, you have a little power button here. Push this. There we go. And then we have spray. But we do have to fill up the bladder here. It's got water in it. I just didn't do any soap in it. So let's go through this whole like bladder process here. So you take out this. I think it's a little quick disconnect. That pops off. That's nice too, because you don't leak a bunch of water. So I'm just going to add a little bit more water to this. This piece slides off. This opens up. So you can dump your water. I'm going to fill this up. I want this to be warm because it's cold today. It was like 60s and 70s in November, which is kind of unusual. That should do it. And for soap, I'm playing around with a actually good slip solution. So we're going to use that. Here's some of that. Let's open up the other bottle. There we go. Should be good. Put your slip in there. Then we're going to button this up. That folds back over. This closes. So that's going to lock it in. You can shake it up. Hook this back on. So this just clips back in the bottom. Put it back in the backpack. It's even got space for your laptop there. Zip this back up. Canon. See? Oh, where's my sprayer? It's stuck. Damn it. I hooked this onto the top. It's got one of those. Throw this sucker on. Ready to go bust some tint. Look at that. It's cool. Got a little front clip too if you need it. Don't forget your school books. GoPro. And once that soap runs through, it should be real quick. Wait for that water to get warm. There we go. Look at that. Spray on demand. So, we gotta cover the door panels too. I was doing the outside. All right, I need my 20%. So we're gonna be doing 20 on the sides. That's gonna be this guy right here. $20 on the sides, 20 on that back. Good. I don't think, do I have a Pro Nano 20? If I do, Pro Nano 35. If I do, it's probably buried. I think it's all used up though. What do you think? We can get 2 patterns out of this? We'll see. I think it's going to be a little short, but maybe. You look like a Ghostbuster now. Hence the tint. Yeah, exactly. That was my thoughts too. I like the name. The name's fun. So we're gonna cut this dead on the seal here. How heavy? It's got a little weight to it. I don't know exactly how much it weighs, but it's noticeable.
Window Tinting Life super chatted $4.99.
Yay, there
I
we go.
left a message a few days ago but no reply. Weary face.
Super!
Are you using Voice Meter Banana or anything similar?
That's a streaming question. Oh, Window Tint Life, thank you so much for the 5. Are you using Voice Meter or anything similar? Voice Meter is really complicated and seems like people are phasing it out with a few different softwares that are coming out. I'm using the Elgato Wave 1. So that is the microphone over there, but it comes with a software that I use for routing all my audio. So no, I'm not using voice meter. Look into a solution like that. Also, Rode just came out with their own software called Unify, and that's going to be a direct competitor to it. So the software is Wavelink from Elgato, and then Unify from Rode, but you have to get one of their mics or pay a subscription, one or the other. Same thing for Elgato, like you got to buy the microphone, I think, for the software to work. They make life easy. So I do that. Thank you so much for the 5, though. Hope that it helped. I feel like there's this joke about crossing the streams. Streams all around. Where's my shank? I should definitely have one of those. So I almost want to flip this over. I think I should flip this over to my left side. That might be a little weird. I'm going to have to swap out the sprayer too. So there's a lot of people that like the plastic sprayers. They're definitely more economical too. I prefer the brass ones. So that is going to be a quick upgrade that I do, but it's really, really nice because they do the swivels on them too. Those swivels are not cheap. Any of the brass parts, which is kind of what you need for these sprayers, because they're not going to rust. Stainless steel or brass. Anything else is going to corrode. Fittings get rather expensive. So I probably have an extra one laying around here that I'll swap it out for. But I haven't played around with the plastic one in quite a while. Looking forward to trying out the backpack buster. Oh, you get one? That's super cool. Yeah, so like I was saying, somebody asked about the weight. The weight's definitely noticeable. Where I don't think this would shine is if you're tinting in a hot environment. So right now, coming into winter time, it's kind of ideal when you have a cooler space or it's not temperature controlled or whatnot. Let me recut this one. So that's definitely something to consider, because if I was like kind of cramped up in a garage, it would definitely be uncomfortable. But where I think this thing is like a no-brainer is going to be for flat glass. If I was walking in somebody's house, having to carry around a keg in and out and just constantly move it around, and a spray bottle or anything, like, that gets real annoying in an environment like that. Also, the cord or like the hose dragging on the floor in somebody's house too is always something you're going to want to be conscious of, especially if you're, you know, tinting somewhere where it picks up a lot of dirt. Like, I have relatively clean floors, and these hoses have never been at anywhere else but here, and they're definitely discolored and dirty. I wouldn't want to drag that into somebody's house, so I would either keep a spare one specifically for that, or I would honestly prefer to just rock this, because this is going to be way more convenient. One thing I didn't think of until now is I'll put hot water in my tank in the wintertime, and I'll put cold water in the summertime. And right now I can kind of feel the warmth from the water that I put in. I'm wondering if it would feel cooler if you just did cool water. That would help offset that heat. It's actually something I never really thought of until right now. So I'll have to try that. Is that Geo's slip solution? Maybe. Yeah, that's something we've been talking about a little bit over the past couple days. Thankfully, they finally are solving the problem. And so far, I think it's a go. I've been testing it this past like week. And it's what I'm using right now. So this is also kind of like another test that I'm doing with it. But I've just kind of been really happy and shocked. I don't have to add anything else other than that slip solution. And I can keep the same ratio in my spray tank right now. So you'll hear more about it soon. But I would generally add about 3.5 ounces to 4 worth of soap. And I put 3.5. And it worked better than what I used for soap. So I'm pretty stoked about that. I'm still kind of stunned. I'm so used to having to add too much soap, or like a lot of soap, and then mix them together and stuff. Been doing that for what? The past at least 2 years now? 3 years? So if we can finally fix that, that would be amazing. All right, let's start with front doors. We got those cut out. Let's shrink them, and we'll install them. How long will this tiny last? Tint. So it's a lifetime warranty tint, which could mean a number of things. But basically, as long as you own the vehicle, it's covered under a warranty. So 5-10 years from now, if anything were to happen, it's covered. So it should last a lifetime, but yeah, we definitely cover it. Yeah, now I want to put cool water in this just to try it. But I have like a limited amount of that slip solution right now, so I can't. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. I would almost want to put ice cubes and see how that works. Just to keep my back cooler while I'm working in the summertime. See, it's kind of funny because you guys have no idea if I'm using it or not. Canon. Yes. Yes, we got the tint buster. GoPro. It's the most off-camera tool I think I have, because no matter where I turn, it's directly behind me. What? I'm busting tint. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Yeah, this is Matt. Oh, cool. We're actually live right now. What's up? With a windshield? I have a 70% ceramic. So on a Jeep, like most vehicles, so like the one I'm doing right now, you'd be 450 without the windshield. You'd be 700 with the full windshield. Okay, no problem. We also could potentially mix it up a little bit, or we could do carbon instead, which still blocks out a good amount of heat. It's just not quite as much as ceramic does. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. I totally understand. Yeah, heat's the number one priority there. So yeah, ceramic would be your best bet. Okay. Yep. Yep. Still here. Alrighty. Was the whole vehicle tinted? Was the whole thing tinted, or is it just the back window? Um. Okay. So to clean up all the glue and stuff on it, I could do for an extra, like it just, a lot of windows, a lot of time. Like I'll spend probably at least an hour to an hour and a half doing all the glue removal and stuff. So I could do it, like if you go with the ceramic all the way around, I could do the glue removal for 150 on that. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I know it. Okay. Yeah, similar pricing on that. So, or same pricing. So you'd be 450 for all the sides and the rear. It'd be 7 with the windshield if you're looking to just do the front two. It'd be $200 for the front two windows, and then an additional 250 for the windshield. So you could do it in stages. You could do it all at once. It's completely up to you. Alrighty. Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay. No problem, man. All right. You have a good one. Bye. All right. Let's continue here. Does it feel funny walking around with a school backpack? It's a little nostalgic, yeah. We're going to tint class today. This is like, so during the class we had what, 10 people here, all with spray tanks. And that with extension cords, people get tangled up pretty quick. So we could have done this for the tin class. I showed all my installers the backpack, and none of them wanted it. I think it's definitely not going to be for everybody. I think it's a super cool idea that came to market. I'm really happy to play around with one. But in a lot of stuffy garages, hot environments, right now anyways, I don't see it being a favorite. But when you need portability, this thing is gonna kick ass for sure. So if you're going in and out of houses, true spray systems. No, this isn't even really like, this is kind of outside of the kegs, really. So like, some people are, I get the comparison because it's like another battery sprayer. This is gonna be portability. Seems good for commercial, exactly. That is where I think this thing is really gonna shine. Auto is probably, like so there's some shops, yeah, I would have definitely used this at. Some days when it's a little cooler walking around a garage and they have me in one bay and then they have me in another bay or do a couple sets of doors, there's gonna be times where this thing is just what you would grab. But if you have a nice stationary setup, I don't see it necessarily being as critical for something like that because you already have your station all set up. So like me, I did one sprayer on each side of the car. So I'm not really carrying something around the car as I tint. So it's not as big of a deal for me personally. So I think it's definitely got its fit. It's getting a lot of attention right now too, which is cool to see for them. I've always appreciated the types of videos that he's put out. So I hope he does really well with this one. Good. Let me slim that down. It holds, I know it holds 96 ounces. How much does it weigh? That I don't know. Weighs about as much as a school backpack with a few books in it. So you got that, you got a pump, you have a small battery pack too. So there's a little bit of weight. It's not bad, but it is something you're gonna be carrying around with you. So again, if you're doing like commercial, yeah, I could definitely see. Like I gotta do Probably when things warm up a little bit, I'm gonna do my own house windows. I'd much prefer to use something like this inside of a house. I think it's a no-brainer for that. Cars, I'd probably still grab my tint keg. But yeah, where this, I think, like I said a little bit ago, where I think this really sits is you have a couple of options for the batteries-powered spray tanks. And those are going to sit in a corner, or you drag them around while you're tinting a car or you're doing commercial work. What this really is, this has a pump in it, but it's portability. So I can tell you for sure, if they would set me in the front corner when I was at the glass shop, I probably wouldn't have 2 sprayers. But for example, when I was up in the corner at the glass shop, that was my space until they brought in another vehicle right behind me. They were replacing a windshield, and then somebody walked in for a set of doors. And, you know, the front door appointments, they kind of take priority. They're really quick. So they would set aside time for full cars and then just kind of splice in some of these smaller appointments. And then I would have to drag my spray tank across the shop, do this front doors, drag that and the heat gun back to my corner, where with this, all I got to do is bring the roll of film over. And the heat gun, but it's one less thing I got to drag across the shop. So there's certain situations for auto I could see it doing really well, but I wouldn't have 2 tanks filled up ready to go, or like a tank and then this. And then there's those days when it hits, you know, like 95, 100 degrees. I'm not putting something on my back. But I can tell you there's some guys that are really going to like this whole setup, for sure. But it's definitely working really well. It does exactly what it needs to do. I already carry an extra 80 pounds under my skin. I don't know how much more I can handle. Yeah, especially like when you're going in to tint a front windshield and stuff. Yeah. What percent tint in LA? They pull us over for anything just to harass us. So this is 20. But I can tell you, one little thing that you'll notice I spend a lot of time on is always looking for things and picking it up. And I just went to do it. I just went to look for my sprayer and then realized that it's on my back. So as far as pure convenience goes, I misplace things a lot. I bet you if I just wore this, it'd save me time. No response pre-recorded. There's only one person that says that. Kated knows. All right. I'm going to slim this down just a little bit. Winter's been okay. It's been weird because it's been a warm winter so far. Like, we had like a small stretch of cold, and then it warmed back up to like 60s, 70s. And like yesterday was like one of our last warm days, and now I think it's gonna dive down to the 40s. So now it's gonna get cold, which is kind of sad. But I'm also leaving in December, so I don't care as much. We planned ahead for that one. But we were looking back through, even like a couple years ago, around November, like we'll generally have snowfall in November, and it was just the complete opposite. Like, we got some quotes on getting a deck done, and they said they couldn't start until November, and it's like, oh, what's the point of doing that? It's going to be cold. We'll wait until next year. And then November comes around, and it's like, oh, it would have been nice to be on the deck right now. Oh my God. I can't tell you how happy I am, though, to have this film slide around the way it is right now. Would rain cause damage to the tint? I sure would hope not. No, it's not going to cause damage to it. We're spraying it a lot. And it goes on the inside. So it's never going to feel rain. Good, good. That's all tacked up. Is that Lexan ceramic? No, this is Pro Nano. Pro Nano 20. Yeah, so with the backlash, we're definitely going to have to crawl in there. So I get them confused. You have a few back windows that roll down. I think the Tundra. Is it the Tundra that's got the back window that rolls down? That has a sweep that pulls right out. With the 4Runner, I don't think it's that easy. I think you have to pull the panel to pull the sweep out. So we gotta climb in there. I'm not gonna take the panel apart. So we gotta climb in there. And it's gonna be a little in, out, in, out, in, out. Why do people think that it's expensive to get your windows tinted? Well, because it can be. Just depends on who you shop around for. You know, if you ask somebody and they say $200, And you ask another shop and they say 7. You're like, wait, what? Do you do window tint only, or do you offer more services? I only do window tinting. I almost feel a little bad for some of my customers that ask. They're like, so do you do vinyl and stuff? I'd love to have you do it. Sorry, no. Just window tint. I specialize in one thing and I do it well. They want a $700 for a 15 Venza here in LA. It's less about the vehicle and more about the film and the company that you're going to. It sounds like you're going for ceramic over there. I'd charge you the same. But I would do a dyed film for less. Okay, dealerships are highway robbery. Yeah. Yeah, some of the dealers, they've had... I've seen somebody posted a sticker. It was a $6,000 package. And if you read the print on what that package actually includes, front doors in ceramic, $1,000. Door cups, so paint protection film. Here, you can actually see it here. $1,000. Then there was like a few other things, and they were basically line items for $1,000 each. And as a whole, $6,000. Cheap. Oh, yeah. Cheap labor isn't good. Good labor isn't cheap. Yep, that's the saying. Since we are longtime subscribers, we get discounts at your shop. My shop is how I survive. There's a discount code for members for free shipping. But if discounts are if you order more. So like, it depends on the product. But on some, like Glassade, for example, if you order 5 rolls at a time, you can save money on it. That's how I do discounts. Long-time subscribers should pay them more. I do what I can, and then I have a few things to help support what I do. That was always my thought with the store. So trying to do all that and give steep discounts on stuff, it wouldn't work. Money's got to come from somewhere. Starting OnlyFans tinting. That's what they want to see on OnlyFans. They want to see window tinters. What's the coupon code for free shipping? You have to be a member, not a subscriber, a member. But it's free shipping over 50 anyways, so I don't want to hear it. I do what I can. So like, free shipping for you is like $8.50 for me. There's actually a steep cost to shipping. I don't pay for that cheap shipping. I'm a member at heart. Does that count? Absolutely. At heart. Oh, yeah. Ah, shit, I forgot about that. Shipping is more expensive in November and December. Yeah. Dude, they used to be $7.50 for a flat rate envelope. I haven't looked at it in a minute. I think it's gone up from there, but like last winter it was $8.50. Yeah, I mostly deal with the flat rate shipping just because of that. Going from here to California, yeah, that gets real pricey. Sun distributing. Yep. They raised their prices on shipping too. Because for as much as, like, I understand people hate paying for shipping, and I do too. Like, $20 and I gotta pay $5 for shipping. Just make it $25. And then give me free shipping. So we do what we can. And if you wonder how Amazon does free shipping, they have a little service called Prime that costs $150 for the year. And so they have a lot of people that are offsetting the cost of the free shipping for like $35 and stuff like that. Like a purchase over a certain amount, you get free shipping, and then you get like faster shipping times and stuff like that. Like they lose their ass on some of that. There is a fixed cost of what shipping is. Like they get steep discounts, but they still have to pay somewhat for shipping. And they also funnel a lot of the burden onto the seller. So if it's not fulfilled by Amazon, the person that is selling the item has to pay Amazon fees, and then they also have to pay for 2-day shipping. That's all on the seller. So Amazon just expects you to lose money / have very slim margins. So the whole tool product world, it's very competitive, and I do what I can, but at the end of the day, I'm not trying to compete like one of them. I'm just trying to teach you guys a skill, and if you want to order the tools that I use, then you can if you want. If not, I can't stop you from ordering them somewhere else. That's pretty much as simple as that. We should have a counter time I've saved looking for my sprayers. I've actually saved a fair amount of time, I think. Look like you use Tint. Can you talk a little bit about it? Yeah. So it's a really, really good solution for invoicing, scheduling, and you can keep track of inventory, stuff like that. What I think is most powerful for me is the proposals feature. So on my site, I have a little like not a lead generator, but it's a quote form. So you fill out a little bit of information, request for a quote on your vehicle. That's pretty standard, right? Well, it would normally come in the shape of an email, but what's nice about this is it actually fills out the customer or the inquiry as a potential customer, and then it adds the vehicle to the software. So then within a couple of clicks, you can send out these prefab templates. Did I not shrink these? I didn't shrink these, did I? Look at me go. Glad I remembered now. Let's shrink these really quick. But within a couple of seconds, you can send out, like you put together some templates. So a lot of people are gonna ask, hey, how much for my car to get tinted? So then I'll put in full car with a windshield or without a windshield, and it'll show them how much it would cost and it shows them picture examples, and I actually added my display boards. So it's nice, is like you really get an idea of what you can do for your car, and you can do that with more than just window tinting. So it's a very quick way to send like a snapshot of your business to people that are interested in your service, and then they'll pick out an option that they want to do on their car. They'll fire that back to you, and then you schedule a date and a time. You can leave that all within TintWiz, and then you can do invoices too. So it's really nice. You can also try it for 30 days too. So if you guys are interested in the software, they have a good support team. So if you have questions and stuff, because it'll be a little confusing when you're setting it up, but they got lots of videos and help and stuff. So then obviously with the invoices, I'll put what windows that we tinted on the vehicle, what shades that we used. So if there's ever a question later on, like, hey, I have this other vehicle, I want to do the same thing that we did on my last vehicle that you tinted. I don't remember what it was tinted, or you tinted for a friend of mine. Then it's quick and easy to also look that kind of info up and keep track of everything. Yay. It's a woot stream. Portable heat gun coming soon. That one, oh, I guess I was going to say batteries, but you have a torch. So maybe torch holder. Pro Nano or Apex? We're doing Pro Nano. Can you see my message? I think so. Yeah, the battery-powered heat guns, they don't last very long and they're super weak. Battery tech isn't what you can get out of a wall at this time. Like, there are some big options, but they're like pretty hefty battery banks. Like what was it? Like the Jackery or Anchor power stations. Those are pretty cool looking, but if you want portability, use a torch. There we go. Do you ever find Pro Nanos more difficult / easier to crease, the sides being a 2 mil? Oh, yeah, it's a thicker film. So when you bend it, you're definitely a little more, you're prone to getting a heavier crease in it if you're not careful with it, yeah. Yeah, and I've noticed it's not as touch-up friendly either. But I've been installing it like any other film since day one, and it's still been fine. with, oh my God, see, I was gonna go look for my sprayer, and it's right here. It's nice. It's actually really nice to not have to go look for it. I like that. Just look for my heat gun. But yeah, then like somebody said, portable heat guns, let's go. Is it necessary to shrink the film? Yeah, for sure. The glass has a curve to it. The film is flat, so you need to form that film to fit the curve. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Okay. Yeah, sure. So starting on all the sides and the rear, it would be $290.
Okay. All right, so do I have to set up an appointment or what?
Yep. We go by appointments. The earliest I could get you in would be Monday early afternoon, so about 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Okay, great. All right, well, I'm going to give you guys a call back about around 10 o'clock Monday morning and go from there. Okay?
Oh, we'll schedule it a day in advance if you want to schedule it. So we need just a little more heads up than that.
Okay. All right, well, okay. Well, right now I can't really make no lot guarantee of be shopping around for the best prices, but I'll give you guys a call back in about an hour, okay?
Okay, no problem. We're definitely not going to be the most competitive, so.
Okay.
All right, you have a good one. I tell you, the number of times that I've heard I have to check my schedule lately has been a lot. I had one guy call yesterday, and it was about like a brand new truck. And he's like, all right, well, that sounds good. I'll see what my girlfriend thinks of that price because it's her truck, and then she'll give you a call back. It's like, okay, really? What's the market like for RVs? There's no reason you can't do RVs. I've done a handful. I just haven't done one in like a really long time. But you definitely could. They come with shades and stuff, so I think it's maybe not as common. But I've definitely seen plenty of posts on full RVs, or especially like a big windshield strip on the front and tinting the front doors. But you could definitely do it. I'd say you got to be a little creative about it. I'd probably, just go over to one of the centers that sell them and just start talking to people. You'll get a feel for what they're looking for. Because a lot of places like that are really just looking to meet the needs of whatever their customers are asking for. So it'd be worthwhile to say, like, hey, I own a tint shop or I'm a window tinter in the area. Do you get a lot of questions about it? I'd love to show you ceramic films and whatnot, because you could do all that on an RV. People put good money in those. They're expensive. I have to cut my schedule. Oh, yeah. That one's a definite no. It's looking for a cheaper price. Do you make your coffee at work? I do a boost at work. So we got ourselves locked into an espresso at home right now. And then we used to have a Keurig, so I brought the Keurig here to the shop, and that's up front for everybody. So I'll do like one pot at home, and then I'll come here and kind of like halfway through the day, I'll do a Keurig pod, which is not quite as good. The Nespresso's been an interesting one, but goddamn, do they get expensive. It was kind of funny. So I had some family over, and we were always just using Keurigs just for convenience. Like, I've done French presses and made coffee other ways and whatnot. But I'll tell you, those are hard to beat when you're running out the door. So what I did was I was looking to make a mocha, but I didn't want to get an espresso machine. So then I was like, oh, I guess we'll try an espresso, and then once in a while I can make a mocha at home. That'll be nice. And now what we've done is we pretty much exclusively use it just for coffee, and we just like it better. If you get you have to get the Pike pods though, Starbucks Pike pods. So I had some family over, and like my dad got like 3 cups of coffee with it. It genuinely tastes better, which was a little surprising, I think. For one of the instant machines, I think you can make a better cup of coffee other ways, but it's just more time consuming. So if it's something you don't want to think about, it's worth getting, but god damn, they get expensive. The dashboard camera button. Which dashboard camera button? There's a action button on here that I pressed. I found out that stopped it. If you have more work than you can handle, do you subcontract or no? I just schedule them out farther. Stay late, get it done if I've overbooked a day, or schedule them out farther. Those are my 2 options right now. Finding a reliable window tinter that you can kind of just like call up when you're overbooked is kind of a really difficult thing to do. But I'll tell you, my problem is usually the other way around. I'll get like a reasonably booked schedule, but it's still not something I can't handle. So a lot of my time right now flips back and forth between doing cars and other things that have to do with the shop. What's Plotter Depot? Plotter Depot, they're a place where you can get those machines right there. So they sell the Workhorse 1, 2. They sell Graphtex. I don't know if they sell Rollins, but they sell Jaguars. So if you're looking for plotters and software, you can check them out. All right, so we need some quarters. I think I'm just going to plot these rear quarters, and then we'll see about the rear quarters too. So let me pop up some software here. Anything to watch out on a Honda Fit? No. Honda Fits are pretty straightforward. Just really tall windows for such a small vehicle. They actually have a lot of glass. More so than some regular cars. All right, so we need to go down to Toyota. And then we're going to click on 4Runner. And we're going to see what they have for this one. So I use the plotter on annoying / difficult to cut windows. So like these quarter windows, these will be kind of a no-brainer for me to cut out on there, and then we'll see how the install goes. How far out are you generally booked? Oh, it depends. Right now, I'm not booked out hardly at all. And that comes and goes. So in the summertime, when things are generally busier, we got to the point where we were booked out for a couple of weeks. And then it comes and goes. So inevitably, like, few people all of a sudden book up, then my schedule starts to fill out, and then we get closer and closer, book a couple more people. But yeah, it definitely has not been crazy. There's a couple reasons for that. This shop has been around for 2 years now. So it's just hasn't existed. I still get plenty of phone calls that are, like you heard, they're just shopping around. They're not really committed to coming in here. I'm a shop that popped up. They're interested, but I should put them this way. This makes way more sense. But they're still looking to get the best price. Where I get a lot more for sure bookings is generally through my site. So if they've been to my site and put in a quote form, they've seen some of the other stuff that I do. Cool. So we'll let this sit. Actually, I'm going to rearrange these. I mean, for me, the whole goal of this place was really to help facilitate what I do with the channel more than anything. So as long as I have a handful of things booked, I'm more than happy. But if I was to be a lot more aggressive about it, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing on this channel. All right, so let's set this up really quick. Film's in the right spot, 75 grams. Yeah, we're pretty much ready to go on this. So as soon as I click cut, well, bam, there she goes. Is there any tinting associations or industry groups that interface with the auto brands on future models or requirements? No. No, they, like, you're talking about like film companies talking to automakers? No, window film is really an aftermarket thing. Automakers, if anything, they look how to do everything that they can to bring everything in-house. I don't really like bringing on external companies for much. Oh no. There we go. Okay. It's a little bit low on the pressure. 75 grams too. So I'm guessing my blade is starting to wear just a little bit. Should up that. So whenever you see it start to snag, that's a bad thing. I don't like snags. But on this one, it's fine. What's the best excuse from a customer trying to lowball you? They're usually pretty blunt about it. Like there was one guy who genuinely sounded pretty offended. He was like, but he was also, he was like, so I'm from New York. I'm gonna be in town for another day or two. How much to get my car tinted? And I told him, and he's like, oh, what? I was like, sorry? This is what the price is. It was pretty funny. But yeah, most people don't try to make an excuse. If anything, they'll just like make an excuse to not schedule. Or they'll say they'll schedule because they want to sound polite or something. I don't know. And then they'll just never call back. Because once they're like, oh, yeah, let me check my schedule. It's like, wow, everybody's just so busy. They call without knowing their schedule at all. Crazy, right? This is for this one, right? Yeah, it should be. Commercial glass, they tell you they just want it why so much? They just want it temporarily. What? I want it temporarily. How does that even make sense? Are they gonna do they actually have like some follow-up? Like, why would you want to peel it off later? Or like come wintertime, you're just going to remove it, or you're going to remove it in the afternoon? Get static cling film then. Do you utilize a special business online platform for order taking, job management, invoicing? Yeah, I'd use Tint. It's a CRM suite, so it helps with a lot of that kind of stuff. It's definitely an interesting landscape. More and more seem to be popping up. Sweet. I'd say that one actually went in perfectly. It's especially nice when it's a quarter window like that. So I freed up the gaskets a little bit. That helps it to slide into place. And also, when your slip solution actually lets you slide the film, then it makes those types of windows way easier. Problems is always when it sticks. So that worked out really well. Sweet. That door's all done. Go to the other side. Once we fix our cut on this one. Why do you use tape around the frame? It's one less thing I gotta worry about, so it helps keep dirt from coming into my job. So on a window like that, or on like these types of windows, so like they're easier rubber seals, it's not as big of a concern. But I got in the habit of taping everything for the first, I don't know, 12, 13, 14 years. Been tinting for like 15 now. I didn't tape anything. I hated the tapes that I saw. But that was all painter's tape. So that's all I ever knew. And then I got a hot tip for sheathing tape. And it's a game changer for taping seals. It's thin, it's really sticky, and it peels clean. So now all of a sudden, it's super easy to do, and it makes my job that much more consistent, and it doesn't take much time to do. Oh yeah, all about it now. If you make it easy enough, then and it kind of fits in my process, I generally just adopt it because it just makes sense. But especially when you get into some old vehicles, you know, something that's been down a dirt road for too long, stuff like that. Like, it just makes sense to tape it. You can roll down the windows, you can try wiping everything out, and inevitably, I think there's always something that's going to stay behind. And then you'll be good to go. Oh, shit. I don't have the card. Why don't I have the card? Hang on. Let me go get it. It's bad. I don't want that to sit too long. Wait. Oh, shit. All right. I saw it, and there it is. I knew I saw it. Easy Reach. So Easy Reach is going to be one of my favorite tools for this situation right here, because, hey, look, it's still sliding. Nice. Easy Reach is one of my favorite tools for this situation right here. So I love me tri-edges, but tri-edges are a little bit blunt on the very tip, where the Easy Reaches are pointed. So this material is going to last a hell of a lot longer than an Easy Reach will, but Easy Reach, where I might hit this against the end and it just kind of pushes that seal in, this little, it's sneaky. It'll sneak right behind that seal. You can pull it back. So you can shuffle some of the tint right behind these gasket seals. You can also sweep them out. But if I use them too much, they'll start to scratch. So I just save it for situations like that. And we'll check all that. Looks pretty damn good. I'm still surprised that was sliding. I'm too battered from all the soaps that I've been using. People that have been using, like, let's say Lumar, other American films. You don't know what I'm talking about. Anybody that's been using Geo, probably Expel and other similar films. Ugh, would tack up way too fast. Dash protector just came out with a tape and door cover. Looks kind of cool. Yeah, I saw a quick little demo of it. I'd love to see it a little bit more. But it looked like it had almost like a Velcro thing to it, plastic cover that went over the sides. There was a time I was messing around. I actually have it here. Let me try and remember where I put it. It's somewhere around one of these things. If I find it, I'll point it out. There is a really sticky, reusable tape. It's almost like a gel. They would call it like I don't know if they call it like a nano skin tape or something like that. See if I can find it really quick. But it's like a gel double-sided stick tape, and what you could do is you could, like, I was doing a similar thing. I was taking like a trash bag. You put a strip of it up here, and you could actually pull it off and then reuse it. So I'd love to see what they're using. The problem that I ran into is that you have to dry them out. So while you can reuse it and wash it off as many times as you want, when you put it on one door, pull it off, it then gets soapy water on it. You have to let it hang for a little bit before you can re-stick it onto a different surface. So that was the only bummer So I don't know if that's what they're using or if they found something better. But yeah, I'd definitely be interested in a much more seamless door covering thing. God, where is that tape? I don't know. I'll find it one of these days. But it was generally around with like all this stuff here. Oh, this is one of them. Okay. The ones that I'm thinking of that I was using was thicker. But this is exactly one of those tapes. So it's like it's kind of like a gel here. It's really, really sticky, and it'll stick to the door panels really well. So if you can peel it, it's got a double-side adhesive, and if you use this, you can then rinse it off. There we go. This was like the less, what do you say? So this one is a little bit more rigid. So you could stick it on the door panel here. Oh my God, see how grabby that stuff is? You can stick it on the door panel pretty well, put any plastic on top of it, and then you could peel this back off and then reuse this on a number of different door panels. So that idea was really cool. But the time to dry it back off was one of those things that just made it, or I would have been all for that. It would have been really, really cool. How much did you charge for one of those versus a regular sedan? I charged the same price. I raised my baseline prices on cars to just match the trucks and SUVs, and then I just charged the same thing for all of them. Keeps things a little more straightforward. Because I inevitably do like a live stream on a lot of cars that I do, and I end up spending like 3 hours on that car. So I wanted to be in at least the $300 price range for most vehicles that I was doing to just make it make sense. All right, so now we got the back window and the quarters. Since I got it loaded in a plotter, let me see, this probably makes sense just to plot really quick. Let me up my pressure too, just a hair. We should be good. What do you think of Tinter battles? Oh, I think the whole thing is super cool. I'm really happy to see how well it's working out. I'm jealous I can't go to this one, but we'll be out of the country in January. They did like the coolest thing. They're making it like a getaway vacation, which, especially for somebody like me that's got a little one, I could definitely go to something like that. It'd be a lot easier because the whole problem is like when you're going to one of those events, like you have the hotel and then you have to like drive over to the event. It's really busy. Then you have to drive back to the hotel. So when everything's kind of on the same resort place, then you want to stay there, and it's just a lot more convenient for everybody. So yeah, they're doing an awesome thing this year, or early next year. I would definitely be going, but like I said, I'll be out of the country. So we planned that before we saw dates for Tinter battles. And it's cool to see that there's like a growing appetite for the in-person events. With window tinting, if you'd asked me a handful of years ago, I'd say everybody's busy. But there seems to be a lot more people going out to events and stuff, so that's really, really neat to see. What film percentage is this? So we're doing 20% on all the sides and the rear. It's all in ceramic. So, I don't know, I gotta break out a calculator because we're also doing the sunroof. But it's gonna be a little over 7. But the people in charge of that event, they are like 100% in all the planning and everything that they're doing for that event. You can just see how much effort they're putting into the background. So it's not just like posting some dates and saying there's an event. It's like they're putting just even work into like the graphics for the schedule that's going up, the content that they're putting out, the way that they stirred up content for like the previous one. They're just doing a ton of work for it. It's cool to see that it's all panning out. No, that's with the windshield on this one. So we're doing the windshield and the sunroof on this one. Okay, so we don't really have to shrink this one. We'll just do it just a tad because it's here. You know, I'm kind of impressed at this point. I really thought the backpack would feel warmer, especially at this point. But my shop is, like, we just hit a chilly day today, so that definitely helps. If it was toasty in here, I'd be a lot more uncomfortable, I think. But right now, just with generally moving around, this backpack has not been annoying. If it was, I would have gone back to my other sprayers, but I still have it on. It's pretty cool. Do you apply heat to the sunroof? Yeah. Yeah, you gotta shape it a little bit. All right. So we got that. It's kind of nice that he did this. It's already like laid out and he put a tarp down. Where's my clay bar? There it is. All right. I'm actually going to leave this on and climb in here and see how this works. Do I have the buckle? Okay, I got the buckle. I'm all buckled in, ready to go. Yeah. All right, all right. What's the sketchiest item that you found in a job? There was a MKZ. I opened the trunk and there was just a giant bag of weed there. And then the scariest is always when somebody just leaves guns in really annoying places. So they'll either like, and then they sometimes are like, yeah, so? When you just like ask them to remove it or move it somewhere else. So I got in one car and it was just wedged in between the front seat and the center console. And I'm like, can you please take it out of the vehicle? Thanks. And then there was another one where it's just like sitting on the floor underneath the driver's seat. And so you do that, like you tint the whole car, you put the front seat forward, and then you move it back, and then there's the gun. That was definitely the other one that was like super weird. Hang on. Wonder if we can fix this. Might have to recut this. It all depends on, oh my god. There's just a couple bigger speckles there. So I'm gonna see if I can take care of it, but we'll see. Oh, almost. One more. Oh, and more there on the edge. All right, I'll recut this one. That's okay. That happens. Figured you'd be strapped in Detroit. You know, if I didn't live in the Detroit area, I'd probably have a lot of opinions about it. Believe it or not, it's mostly normal people. And not a ton of crazy stuff happens if you stick to all the normal places that you'd normally stick to. It's generally totally fine and safe. It's like hearing my dad talk about Chicago. It's like, but you don't live there, so it's always different for the people that are living there. All right, can I sandwich something else in here too? All I got left is the back window, but I don't like how they did this. So this makes sense, but they did the back window like this. Let me double check how this back window looks, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to cut it wider than that. But let me get a refresher. The key's gone. Wait, where did we put the... Did we take the key out of it? Oh, shit. Oh, we did. Okay. Fair enough. All right. Up, down. Oh, fuck. It's open. Beep, boop, beep, boop. The other bummer about this is where they put the switch. Oh, that's the sunroof. Isn't it somewhere in here? Oh, yeah, right here. There it is. Yeah, see, what the fuck? I don't like them doing that. So look at this back window. You can't, it's dirty. There's a strip here, and then the glass comes all the way here. So I'm gonna trim it all the way to there, to the edges, so I'm not gonna use that Oh, wait, no, that's upside down. Ah, shit, that might actually work. I was thinking about this wrong. Because this has those cuts there. Ooh, I don't know. Is that even worth it? I'm just going to hand cut it anyways. Spending too much time on it. All right. Let me... we're going to pull this out. And then we're going to cut it. Instead of just plotting the one. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. You can put the key in it to roll it up and down. They don't have a spot on the newer ones to do that. But they do have this button here that you can hold. So you can do it that way, actually. I forgot about that one. Tint Buster. Okay, I gotta flip this. This is wrong. Sticky side up. Template. There we go. Pattern. New pattern. Let's bring this on in. Beep, boop, beep, boop. All right, so we'll be a little more careful this time around. Don't really know where that came from the first time, but we had some chunky boys. I'm gonna make sure those aren't in it. Did you register your shares? I have not. There we go. That worked out. What did I say? You don't have to shrink these, but we were going to anyways. Well, the second time around, I cut it out at an angle. So, screw that. All right, looking good now. Matt identifies as a plotter. Probably a little bit. An expensive one. So this cost. Let's take this one up. So this is going to go on the other side. Since we got the heat gun here, and that's convenient. Just a little snap there doesn't hurt. All right, now this one's ready to go. Oh. As of now, how useful do you think your school backpack is? Good stuff. I genuinely really like it. I thought it would feel a lot hotter, but again, I don't know what the temperature is in here right now, but it's probably 65, and that is helping a lot. It doesn't feel heavy. So initially, it felt a little weighted on the back, but the tank was also full. So I've got to check how much water I've used so far. So I filled it up pretty much all the way. But any time for me, you take something and I don't have to think about it anymore. So tracking down where I placed my sprayer, while I have one on each side of the car, I have to rearrange them a little bit. And sometimes you'll see I walk around the car, or especially with the plotted patterns, I'll grab the pattern, walk over to the board, and I don't have a sprayer there. It's really nice to just have your water always at your fingertips. So for like full cars, what am I going to use regularly? I'll probably still go back to the spray tanks. But for me, it's like around here, I think it's pretty situational. And that's not going to be for everybody. They're going to be deciding between one of these and a tint keg. So like if you're more stationary, I think a tint keg still probably makes a lot of sense. But if you need portability, I mean, I'd be all on board with this. The only problem is just heat. But let me open this up and let's check where my sprayer is at right now. I tend to use a fair amount of water. We've done all the doors in the back window, and I've just done the same amount of water that I always use. So let's see how much that we've used so far, if we have to refill it. So that's another thing. If you have to constantly refill it, so you're just using a lot, it's going to be another thing that just gets in your way. Are you using the new tint keg? I'm using this boy right here. What's nice is that I'm able to just try this out. Oh my God, okay. I didn't know I was that low. Okay. Yeah, that's a problem for me. I didn't think I was almost done, but I'm almost done. So I got through all the doors. Mind you, I generally use more water, and I mean, using this, I would be more conscious already knowing that. I'd be a little bit more conservative on my water. Where with the 96 ounces, that's a little under a gallon. A gallon is 128 ounces. To keep it in perspective. So, yeah, a lot of water. I'd probably back off the amount of water that I use. I think it would last a full car with the windshield, but you got to be real conscious about the amount of water that you spray. You can't treat it quite the same as a tint keg. But they give you 2 bladders here. If anything, it could fit a bigger one. So like I've got a spare right here. So you could have both these filled up, one kind of sitting ready to go, swap it out. But yeah, that's not amazing. I can only imagine how fast that goes doing flat glass. Yeah, it would definitely, I have absolutely no idea how much water that I use. Now, after seeing that, I have a much more accurate idea of how much water that I'm using. So, another thing that I'm doing today is also testing a slip solution. So this one has been sitting for a couple of days. So you know how with baby shampoo, once you let it sit for a couple days, it lightens up quite a lot and gets sticky. So what I want to see is this going to be a pain? I shouldn't try that on the back window, but I think I'm going to. All right, window up. Oh yeah, let's get the key. I think we can turn it off. And then because it's got the arrows, I think we'll be able to take care of some of this accessory. I know the sunroof is open. All right, let's see how much control we have over this. Okay, that's nice. Okay, I can't roll. I can roll it. I can keep rolling it back down. You can't roll it back up? Why not? Maybe because the doors are open. We'll see. Toyota, are you weird? You are weird. I can go up and down as long as I have all the doors closed, because then it thinks it's locking it. And then up. All right, beautiful. My windshield is 50 and the front doors are just 15. My front windows should be lower, right? They should measure lower. No, they're still gonna measure 15 if you like. It's perspective. So, I mean, yes, the amount of light that is coming into the cabin is gonna be a little bit less. When you're looking into the cabin, it might appear a little bit darker because there's not as much light brightening up the inside of the cabin. But when you're just looking directly through your windows from one side to the other, it's going to look the same. So angles and daylight will play a factor into it. Oh, do I got to do this? I guess I got to do this. I use a long roll on this puppy. All right, so we're gonna treat this like a big old wide roll down window. We'll just do the best that we can. I want my backpack spray. I'm telling you, convenience of it, it's gonna be hard to beat. There's situations that are like, it's nice. It's nice to always reach here and you have your sprayer. It's got a cape. That's true. We just put a cape on a 4Runner. All right. So we're going to roll this up for a rainy day. And that basically means I'm going to forget all about it. And then eventually throw it away. But for now, I'm going to pretend like I'm going to use it. The carbon blades for sale is the one you use? Yes. Yep, those are what I put in the green holder. They're really, really nice. Yep, those are the actual NT cutter thin carbon steel blades. Bought directly from NT themselves. I've been spending time doing that, tracking down companies to order products from. They were not the easiest people to track down. I know, there's a lot of rolls on there. I don't remember what any of them are. So we're gonna bring this down. So we got a little overlap on both sides. So the main thing here is, I think their plotted pattern is gonna be right on this one. But the main thing here, little overlap on both sides. This is, watch, it's gonna immediately drop down. So you still don't see those edges. You immediately drop that down into the bottom seal, and then you can cut out your entire top edge from one side to the other, and then you're basically just gonna connect, you're just gonna continue that line and kind of guesswork over to here, and you'll be completely fine. That's how we're gonna handle this one. So a little bit different, a little bit unique. See, it's pretty curved up here too. But we're gonna handle it very much the same way that we handle most two-stage windows. But yeah, pulling the seal apart on this one, door panel and the seal, I definitely wouldn't blame you on that. So this edge is exposed all the way from up here to down here. So I'm going to basically continue this line a little bit and then round it back to here because I don't need to go all the way over here. That would just be way too much that you're tucking into the sides. Makes zero sense to do that. So cut as far down as you can. We're going to take this over. I'm going to connect the dots on this one. Put this on the board. I'm going to flip this up. Same thing on this side. Bring that down just a little bit. That school backpack looks depressed. It's a tint buster. Why does this seem weird? Hang on, let me match this back up. School backpack looks depressed. See, now I gotta go pick up my sprayer. So, if I can always keep track of where I put things, then it's no problem. The problem comes from when I lose track of where I put things. Oh, that one just comes in a little bit. That's just how the window is. That's why it looks a little funky. I'll still round it a little bit, but that's goofy. I wonder why they did it that way. How did you mount the glass to the wall? Sketchily. It's actually a couple hooks at the bottom, and it's just leaning up against the wall. Wouldn't really advise doing that. Shrinking this thing's gonna be not the most fun thing. Ooh, that's a lot of film up there. And on the sides. It would make sense to dryer sheet this and do all that, but we can still wet shrink it. Okay, cool. Believe it or not, it's backwards. Anybody working on their lawnmower? But summer's over. I gotta find a lawn service for next year. I think we escaped this year. We had our lawn put in like, God, when was it? August, September. I think it was September that we got our lawn put in. So like we haven't had to cut it yet. It's like right on the verge of being able to needing to cut it, but I think we escaped this year. All right, I'm gonna have to shrink this a little bit more. This is not gonna be quite enough. There's gonna be a bunch of fingers that pop up on the inside. So I'm gonna try and do some out the top. This is a pretty curved little piece of glass here. There we go. So we're going to do set it up the same way, up to the top. That's all good there. That's all good there. Whew. Damn. It's got some curve to it. See these big old fingers up here? You listen to the Home Depot theme while tinting? Yeah, every day. What's their slogan? Get it done or something? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, look at these big old fingers up here. Whew. That's right. Their slogan is always eat fresh. How's it going as being a marketing agency? Like, all right. Do you guys ever see Mad Men? They do the ad presentations to the big companies. So you'll have like a few different options. And you're like, all right, eat fresh. And they're like, what the fuck? Wait, hear me out. Everybody's going healthy. Home Depot, eat fresh. Love it. It's genius. Lowe's will never see it coming. All right, I still feel like this isn't quite enough. But whatever we have, we should be able to touch up on the inside. Let's just see how this is gonna look here. I have a Lowe's and Home Depot close to my house. I feel like I gotta cut this again. Just a little bit more. Oh boy. There was one that I saw the other day. They were a parking lot away from each other, like literally like a small divider parking lot. There's a Home Depot, and then across that little like not a main road, just one of those like plaza roads. Boom. There's Lowe's. I bet they just have battles all day long. There we go. And around this a little bit further. I think it's going to need it. Give myself a little wiggle room. Do you remember when O'Reilly's was called Murray's? We used to have a guy that would, he was a homeless guy, would walk through the parking lot. He would see the big Murray's head, and every day he would say, "Hey, Murray." And then one day he took a dump in our parking lot. Bet you didn't see that coming. I was sad when they changed it from Murray's to O'Reilly's. But then they bought, I think, every radio commercial. And so they would always go, "Oh, oh, oh, O'Reilly's." And it was just like every commercial was always that. There were no other commercials ever played. 5 minutes of O'Reilly's. It's like, I get it. All right. So for this one, we should be able to leave it where it is, and then this is not going to be fun, but that's the we're going to have to just keep going in and out here. My wife says hi. Hello. That's why I don't have a TV, too many commercials. Here's a real test. Do you pay for YouTube Premium, or do you have free YouTube? Because I definitely pay for Premium. As a creator, you would think that they'd give it to us for free. They don't. We still have to pay. Full price, too. I think they just raised it. I am more than happy. My wife asked me if I raised it, or if they raised it to $100, would I still pay for Premium? Yes, they could pretty much charge whatever they want. It's time savings. The Detroit Tint Studio jingle. The Detroit Tint Studio jingle is Detroit Tint Studio window tint. It's just O'Reilly's jingle. I pay for YouTube Premium. We get to YouTube Music and YouTube Premium for $10 a month. How the fuck do you do that? God, it's like 20-something bucks a month now, I think. It's like as a family plan, though. I don't think you can do it any other way. Are you a student? I have an Android phone. That was a promotion from a few years ago. Oh, I haven't raised it yet on you? I have to imagine they're gonna do that. Sooner or later, you'll be in here and like, what the hell? Yeah, they were. Yeah, they recently did some YouTube Premium stuff, so they're looking for lots of value ads. So I think it's always going to be bundled with YouTube Music, anyways. It's the thing about all these companies. It's like you see it with Amazon and other companies that I can't think of right now. But they get to the point where they build multiple major services like that, and then they bundle them all together. And it's hard to say no. It's like, well, you could pay $10 for Spotify or whatever they're up to. Oh my God. The door's open, so I'm not gonna roll down the window with the doors open. This is a dumbass Toyota thing. Just like remote starting. They won't remote start it. They won't remote start it unless all the doors are closed, and then they can lock it. And then if you unlock it for any reason, then they turn off the remote start. I hope I never have to do this vehicle. Yeah, they also probably have an Apple tax if you sign up on an iPhone too, because Apple likes to take 30% of everything that runs through there. I don't know how they get away with Amazon, though. Or how Amazon avoids that. Oh my God. Oh wait, no, it's open. Okay, so we can roll this back down. We just need the top exposed. Now we can climb in here. Don't worry, fun's not over. I still have to carry a 2-stage back window in here. In case you were worried that the fun was over. How do you do these? You do them the same, just with a lot more complaining. All right, we should be good here. Stuff smells nice. Oh my God. Ugh. All right, I'm going to peel it there too. Shrink the back window, bottom and top. Already done. Bottom load, super easy. Everything's easy money. It could be the hardest money you've ever seen. It would still be easy money. See, if everything's easy money, is there any difficult money? You ever see The Incredibles? If everybody's super, no one is. So everything's easy, nothing is. If everybody's super, robbing a bank isn't easy anymore. Was it ever? Walmart employee on Black Friday is difficult money. Well, now we're just going into like other businesses and other jobs. Are you still thinking about doing the windshield ceramic coating? Coating, yes. So I've got the product that I was testing out and using, I think has officially launched. I lost contact of some type with the people I was talking to. So they're like, yeah, I'd love to hop on a phone call with you. And I was like, all right. And then we like arranged a phone call and I never heard from them. And then I emailed them a couple more times and I never got a call back. So I still have like a windshield sitting up front with like half coating and half not. And I just haven't even finished it because I was going to set it up as a fountain. So basically have a big hydrophobic fountain display up front. And we're gonna tint it, damn it. Yeah, it's cool. I like this whole concept of a roll down back window. But as somebody that tints windows, I'm glad I don't have many of them that I have to do. Oh, you should see my video on the static cling film. That one, YouTube decided to go, hey, everybody watch this video. And over the course of like 3 days, it jumped up by another like 1.5 million views. I have no idea why, but it did. That was a nice month. Do you charge more for these ones? No, I actually charge the same. But he's also getting ceramic. So like, a Model 3, yeah. Something like this, like, there's certain vehicles that are going to be way easier to do, and there's certain vehicles that are just going to take longer to do. And to me, a lot of them balances out. So I'm more than happy with the money that I'm making as a whole with where I have pricing at. So there's a lot of vehicles, I just keep it in line with everything else. But that's definitely not going to be like every shop is going to do stuff like that. There, a lot of places have, you know, a lot of places I worked for, truck or SUV, you charge a little bit more. Some people would even have different prices with coupes versus sedans. I always left those as the same. But now kind of everything is very similar. Cool, so that's all good. Now we can roll it up. The only problem is we can't roll it up without getting out of the car. So total windows doesn't matter as long as they kind of stay in the same range. So if you come in here with a bus, yes, I'm going to charge you more. But if you got, you know, an extra quarter window here, a couple small triangle windows on the front, then I don't care as much. Unless it's just a significantly harder car. So many vehicles kind of fall in that same easy money range, as you heard. Oh, is it just not? Go up. Go up! Ah! All right, back window's up. And that should be the only time that we ever have to roll it down. Sprayer. Yes, that's a roll it back window. It's a 4Runner and Tundra Special. Tundra, they make it easier though, because you can just pull out the seal at the bottom really easily. You don't have to pull a panel or anything. On this one, you have to take apart the rear panel. So it's gonna make it more annoying, but we'll see how this goes. Should have had a school backpack on. Yeah, well, if I didn't run out of water, I gotta go fill it back up. This is also like a slip solution test for me too. So this slip has been sitting in my tank for a couple days now. It's a cooler environment. But I like pushing things a little bit when I'm testing them out. So, still working super nice actually. I like how it keeps getting called the backpack sprayer, or the school backpack. Is it a different slip or just older? It's completely different. I think it's finally been cracked by the people that should have already had a solution years ago. So I'm like, I don't know. I'm extremely happy, and I roll my eyes a little at the same time. You guys know, slip solution on this channel has been a questionable thing for quite a long time. So when you're using Geo and other similar Guari films, there is, like, it's just extra tacky. And so as far as what we've had to use for slip solution, we've just mixed lots of soaps together and eventually found something that worked. And then I get the news dropped on me that says, hey, you shouldn't use Dawn. And I was trying 7th gen. 7th gen worked decent. And quietly, I kind of just went back to using a little bit of Dawn and baby shampoo. And especially for the class, like, holy shit. Learning how to tint is tough enough. I don't want to have people worry about slip solution either. So this is actually a new thing that is actually blended. So it'll have an MSDS sheet, but this is not some secret off-the-shelf soap mix anymore. I've tried a ton of them. The best that I've come up with is baby shampoo and Dawn, and I still think that's a fine solution. Doesn't work as good as this, though, from what I'm seeing. Oops. Can't get better slip than Astroglide. With that disclaimer there. I'm really happy with this stuff so far. Do you ever take off the panel and tint that way? Mostly no. I saw a video on removing this panel, so like I thought about it, but the installation is going to be similar. Like you're still going to have some in and out. So what is it then? It's a slip solution. It'll be coming out soon. But Geo has finally taken upon themselves to fix the situation. What really annoyed me was when I had some of these talks with them and they're like, hey, you can't use Dawn. I'm like, okay, what should I use? They're like, I don't know, why you should come out with something. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck? You're the company selling the film. What the fuck? You guys come out with something. I don't even know where to begin with this kind of stuff. How come you can't use Dawn? So, I think it's okay if you use a small amount. But Dawn is a detergent, and for long-term sticky and everything last on the glass, detergents are not supposed to be great. So you can use extra soap, it's just got to be safe for tint. So you can add as much baby shampoo as you want, and that's safe for tint, and that still will always, like, that's a safe product that you can just go buy at a store that'll be so you can still use as much baby shampoo as you want, and that'll be fine and safe. But the most annoying part for me was, like, I added more baby shampoo, and that didn't make the stuff slide right. So that's where, when we added a punch of Dawn to it, it was like adding a different type of slip to it. So both of them working together is what it needed. So I don't exactly know what's in this blend yet, but it's got an extra oomph behind it that's safe for window tint. So if it didn't have it, I'd be real upset right now because this shit would be sticking all over the place. But it's been working out nice, so I'm happy. Okay, tape. That's usually just there for the first day. He just had a new windshield put in this. It was either Thursday or Friday. So we got to do this. We got to do the front windshield, and then we got to do the sunroof. So we still got, stay tuned, we still got a lot of work to do. But the back of it's done, and that all looks nice and neat. Everything turned out really good on this one. So Geo isn't animal friendly? Oh, because they're tough on ducks? What, because Dawn? They just tell me that, like, so this kind of all came about from, like, the windshield curling issue and stuff, too. Like, I'm surprised that, like, that's really what did it. Because I told them from day one, like, your shit's really sticky. And I'm trying to figure out a soap mix that works well. And I don't think they really listened. But over this past summertime, the newer lines that they released, Apex and Carbon Plus, they were rolling back off the windshields, and their theory is people are just using way too much soap. So then they did a lot of digging into soaps and what their dealers were using and everything, and they just told everybody to stop using Dawn. And then they turned everybody onto a window tint slip solution, but I had tried this stuff well before even talking to Geo, so that was All-Type. And unfortunately, All-Type and all the other slip solutions, they're still too sticky, or else I'd be using them. So they finally come around to putting together something that's actually made for their films. It'll be safe with all films, but finally solves my problem. Kind of amazing that it took that long, but hey. Baby shampoo fixed the stickiness. Baby shampoo is going to be fine for a lot of window films, and you're never going to have to look into anything different. So when I was using Lumar, baby shampoo all day. ASWF, baby shampoo. And then Avery Dennison NR, or NR Pro, I was still using baby shampoo. No problem. Can you pull the tape off? Yes. Is this yours, though? Because I'd be happy to do it. I was actually going to try and leave it there, but how come you switched from Lumar? That was at my dad's shop. So we were a Lumar dealer, and we would order through 44 Tools back when they were a Lumar dealer. And they weren't charging a lot at the time, so it was generally around $160, $170 starting for a window tint. That was all the sides and the rears. We weren't doing many windshields at all. That was pretty damn low. So that was with like a basic film, and then Lumar they would charge like $200, and it's like, you're spending like $350 on ATC. Like, this doesn't make sense. They have the same margins from their basic film as they did from Lumar, which was really crazy. Is Lumar worth the hype? Lumar's a good film, but it's like if you put Lumar up against another decent film, and this goes with like a lot of the top brands, you're not going to be able to tell a difference. It's all personal preference and which company that you like ordering from. It's not as clear-cut as like an iPhone to an Android phone, where you can see the speed differences, the software differences, physical differences between the two. From one film to the next, like, you know, most of them look good, block heat, and last a long time. There isn't a whole lot to nitpick one to the other, so it really comes down to which brand is more appealing to go with. That's where you're going to get some outside opinions, like customers only shopping for Lumar, only shopping for some of the more notable brands like XPEL. You basically hear Like, XPEL's only been around for like 6 or 7 years at this point in the window film space. They haven't been around that long. So why are so many people asking about them now? It's just because they got really good marketing. Android is better than iPhone. There's reasons to like both. What I was really surprised about was, honestly, Apple Maps and FaceTime. FaceTime is way more clear. And Apple Maps is unfortunately kicking Google Maps ass around this area especially. You're gonna ever ditch are you gonna ever ditch Pro Nano for Apex? No, I'm not. Like, Apex, so Apex is a dual layer ceramic. So, I mean, that was probably the most helpful way somebody broke it down to me recently. Actually, Burns did from Geo. Not Apex, B-Pex. Those pecs, bro. Carbon Plus? No, Carbon Plus isn't as good. Pro Nano blocks out a little bit more heat, same price essentially. The only thing I might do is swap out the 35. In some cases, that's about it. Or just swap out the Apex 35. But, so Apex is a dual layer ceramic, so it's kind of in a different league. Pro Nano is a single layer ceramic. So you might be like, hey, why not just use more ceramic, more numbers, more heat black, more better? Well, it comes at the cost of clarity. So some of the lighter percentages are totally fine. But when it gets into some of the darker percentages, you start to notice that same type of haze. And it's just because you have a lot more ceramic in something like that. So one thing that I haven't done yet is a real broad comparison between some of the other super ceramic brands. I mean, my gut tells me that they're all going to be very similar in terms of clarity and stuff. And the clarity is still good. It's just if you were to put Pro Nano up against Apex, the clarity with Pro Nano on a sunny day, Pro Nano is going to look a little better and still block out a ton of heat. So when you're sacrificing a little bit, when you're sacrificing some clarity for just that much more heat rejection, I just don't see the trade-off there. I think every film, first and foremost, should look clear, and then you add those benefits to it. So this is what I felt with carbon. If you go back to some of my early videos, like a couple years ago, I wasn't installing carbon film because I didn't think it was clear enough in most cases. I also was tinting for a lot more different places that were pretty much offering one type of film. But when I was looking into my own line of film, like I had already installed carbon for other places, and there's a lot of them that would say like, hey, you got that carbon film that you can install on the front doors or a ceramic film? And when it was newer, every one of them suffered from low angle haze. That's why you still see the cheaper ones suffer from it. The technology improved, films got better, but you would still have, you still can have a low angle haze on like the real expensive super ceramics, just because it's, you know, it's still an evolving technology. Have you tried SolarGuard Zenith? No. I actually haven't even heard of it. So, I'd love to take a look at some of these other ones. All tint looks milky when you have cataracts. Oh, that's unfortunate. go. The zenith is like apex. Gotcha. Yeah, I'd love to take a look at some of these other films and see how they stack up. That'd be really, really cool. But there's I don't know. There's people that still will have cheaper ceramics on their car that just more than happy. Like I saw it in my video. Like there were a lot of comments that are like, I don't care the amount of haze as long as it blocks out some heat. But to me, if I'm gonna install one of those super high-end ceramics, if they turn out to be perfectly clear, it's gonna be a lot more expensive. So Pro Nano with the windshield is gonna be $7. With Apex, I'm more looking at like $900, $900 to $1,000 for a full vehicle with the windshield. So I don't want any dumb little compromises like that. So when C2 came out, that's the carbon. I like that a lot more because it all of a sudden fixed the clarity issue. So when I'm doing a set of front doors, I don't have to worry about the front doors looking a little bit hazy compared to the back. Everything just looks good. So do you want a little bit of heat block or do you want a lot of bit of heat block? It's not really like, I hope they don't notice the haze. Because where you really see it is when you do a set of doors and a front windshield on a car that has factory privacy glass on the rear, and the privacy glass looks perfectly clear, and the front doors and the windshield all of a sudden look a little bit hazy, and then the client's wondering like, hey, I paid extra for this stuff, what's wrong? I would have just stuck with the standard stuff if I had known it was going to look like this. I don't like those questions. Is the Zenith still ridiculously blue? Yes, low angle haze is crazy. Oh, wow. Well, thanks for the feedback on that one. It's just because you're adding more ceramics. So the way that you get a clearer film, from what I'm told, is those layers, like all those particles that they put in it, have to be really, really fine. Like that's where the term nano comes from. So nanocarbons, nanoceramics. It's like you have nano-size carbon and nano-size ceramic particles that you put in the film. That's what blocks the heat. So when they're not as small, the film looks hazier and hazier. And imagine putting one layer on it and it doesn't really look much hazier, and then you put a second layer, well, those two layers stack together just like a filter. So then, even though it's good quality ceramic, it's just not quite as fine where you don't notice it anymore. So, as, time goes by, all those things will improve, they'll get better, and then I'll take a serious look. But the other thing is, I'm up in Michigan, so like, we get 90, 95, 100-degree days. Although the 100-degree days are pretty rare, we'll still hit 95. It'll be stupid hot outside. We have lots of humidity here too. So like come summertime, people, that's definitely something on their mind. And honestly, that's like in the most extreme conditions. If I'm driving around on an 80-degree day and I don't have ceramic, like even in the wintertime, I feel that there's no ceramic there when I don't have it. You feel that sun cut right through your glass. So when you get used to it, you always want to have it. But it's not like most of my sales have to do with carbon and ceramic. So people don't necessarily feel the ceramic and then go like, oh, do you have something better than that? They go, oh, that's really fucking cool. So it's not as major here as it would be maybe in Arizona, where it's like, okay, I just want the most heat protection you got, and I don't mind if it sacrifices a little bit of clarity. But that's also a hard thing to explain to your customers. There's somebody goes to the dealership, buys a new car, they don't notice the little scratches in the paint or whatnot. Like, some people, they're just not going to notice it. But I just don't want it to even be a question. So I'm more than happy with installing the films that I have here. So even though they've come out with some different ones, I love this lineup. I don't see a reason to change it yet. All right, we are ready. We are ready to roll in a... Oh, what the fuck is wrong with me? So I just cleaned that windshield 3 times, just assuming that I had tint on the outside, shrunk, ready to go, and then I didn't. What happened? Yeah, right? No tint. All right, it's still ready to go, so we'll get this all shrunk, ready to go. Early Alzheimer's. All right, we're doing 50 on this. So let's get that going on here. And then we'll have something to actually install on it. The glass is nice, though. I wanted to make sure the glass was clean before I started prepping, and then I defaulted into cleaning, ready to install. and there's no film there. Not your fault, Pro Nano Clarity. That's what it was. It's so clear that it's already on the glass. You can't even see it. Do you offer Apex? I would offer it if somebody asked about it. I have it, and I've put it on my own vehicle. I like the 35 and I like the 50. The lower percentages start to show a little bit more haze. But it looks great, shrinks great. I just want to see that portion of it improve, though, before I offer it. But to be honest, I don't think it's going to be a major seller either. Not at the prices I'm going to put it at. Did you charge yourself for tinting your own vehicle? Yes. Yes, I did. And I just talked the whole time, like, annoying. Did you get better tips from taking your wedding band off? What, from all the dudes that come in here? Did you give yourself a Did you give yourself a discount since you're a member? These are just some high-class shit posts. Those are my favorite. Got an $80 tip yesterday. Oh, that's awesome. I think we should get the same types of tips that hairdressers get. I took my wife to a hair salon, and I didn't even know, like, what's customary. So they said, like, do you want to leave a tip? And I was like, yeah, what's normal? They said usually 10. So then I was like, yeah, okay, that's fine, 10. And so they charged $10. But what I didn't understand is they actually meant 10%. And it was like a $200 bill. What is that? Oh, is that only 20? Oh, never mind. That sounded like more in my head. That's actually not bad. I take back everything that I said. Or maybe it was like 10 to 20%. Do you like the Tint Buster? So far, I really like it. It's the way to look at the Tint Buster is the ultimate portable sprayer. So you have like your keg basically at your fingertips. Where we ran into a little bit of a issue was just how much water we used on all the sides. So when we got to the rear, I was out of water, so I'd have to fill it up again. I'll have to talk to the creator of it, see how much water he uses, because something tells me he uses less than I do. But it almost, like the pouch that they put in it, it almost holds a gallon. It's 96 ounces. So it's like 3/4 of a gallon. Good stuff. That's why it comes with 2 bags. Yeah, so when I go to fill up the the school backpack, when I go to fill it up, I just have to fill up both of them. Like I was saying, I think one of the best setups for it is going to be in a house. You're walking around a house. It's just one less thing to drag against the floor. Ugh. You told your story wrong. Back in the day, they charged 20% customary tip. Oh. Was it 20? Okay, so it was as expensive as I thought. For a second, I thought it was 10. I don't know. But yeah, after like you're not sure how much the hair appointment's going to be, then it's 200, and then they're like, find out a 20% tip on top of that. You're like, oh shit. It's expensive. But yeah, I think I think the whole setup is super cool. What's nice is that it could definitely fit a bigger water pouch. So all they would have to do is, like, they offer 2. You'd have more water weight, though, but you could definitely have a bigger pouch in there. There's more than enough space to accommodate it. But it's a brand new thing. I'm sure all types of improvements and versions will come out over time. But it's cool to see. I don't think there's anything better for portability. That's going against the, like, Zep spray bottles. That's going against the pump spray bottles. I'll grab that backpack every time. I'll go to school. Tint Boster. Who do you fill up with? Books or water? Fill up with knowledge. You're in my garage. Did any one of your students that attended your class start his own business? Actually, yeah, a few of them that I know of. There's some that were working for shops, some that had their own auto businesses already, and they're looking to add tint to it. So those people definitely added tint to their existing businesses. We just had somebody in here the other day that he's finally opened up his own shop too. Like 3 months after the class, he got his own shop, which is super cool to hear. But first and foremost, this is a hands-on class that's really going to help you out with the skill, and I love to talk about the business side of it. So a lot of that gets talked about while we're practicing and showing different things. And wherever you're at, it's definitely going to speed you up by a lot. It's all the little things that you don't think about. Some of the best surprises, though, is like, so with every class, there's always like 1 or 2 people at least that have never touched film before. And I'm always a little extra concerned because I don't want them to ever feel like the class isn't worth it. So I'm like, it's a lot in 3 days. How far along are they going to get? And so, like, the first day, or like when we started shrinking on the second day, you know, they're like brand new to the process, but you show them what to look out for, how to approach it. And then when you force yourself to look for those things, like, then speed comes with it. So you can actually take your time and shrink a window, no problem, just as long as you're patient. A lot of people just start putting too much heat. They're not looking for the right things, and then that's where things really start to get screwed up. So, you know, I'd show them some stuff. I'd walk away, come back. Some of the windows would be messed up. And you're like, oh, shit, I hope they're kind of getting this. And then the next day, when it was more like free practice, I walk over to like one of the windows that they did. And the whole thing was shrunk beautifully. I'm like, wait, you did all this? They're like, yeah. I was like, how long have you been shrinking for? And they're like, 2 days. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Crazy. It's so cool to see stuff like that. Battery check. Oh, shit. I heard it too. I just didn't do it. All right, it's definitely gonna go dead now if we don't do something. All right, let me get this windshield set, and we'll swap out the battery. Or maybe we'll just try it. Should be fine. It's not gonna be fine. It's definitely gonna die. How long has it been? How long have we been live for? Over 3 hours? Oh, shit. All right. It's too late. It's time to go to bed. Quick, go back, look in the other videos, see exactly how long before it died. All right, this should be fine. We're gonna let it rest. The nice thing about reverse rolling is you don't really have to worry about it. We'll bring out the tint buster. We'll fill it back up. We'll do the tint buster for the sunroof. Canon. But let me change this out real quick. Oh, it's flashing. A little flashy light on it. It's like, I'm gonna die soon. What time is it? 1:30? We're doing pretty damn good on this one too, aren't we? That'd be way later than that. Sometimes, that's the tint buster, man. Efficiency. Those little things. They might not even sound like they add up. They add up, for sure. All right, there we go. All good. Let's do this windshield. You may proceed. Thank you. So for the 100th time, don't need to do this at this point, but it's a windshield. I always get especially nervous on windshields. Doesn't matter how many times I do them. It's the little things with a windshield. A lot of room on this one, though, so that's nice. It's cool backpack, slowed us up. If anything, I think it sped us up. We're usually a little more behind. All right. Because for the longest time, with a full windshield, it was generally about 4 hours with the full windshield, start to finish, for the whole live stream. So I'd say we're doing pretty good here. Yep, sunroof too. That's what we'll fill up the tint buster again, and we'll get at it. I think that's how you're gonna see a lot of this. I think there's just situations where we'll fill up the tint buster and use it, just kind of like we do with the plotter. I've got kind of a crazy setup. with the way I can leave a spray tank, do a couple of extra long hoses, leave one on each side. But because I lose track of stuff a lot, leave something sitting on one side or the other, sometimes I just misplace stuff and I have to go track it down again. Tint Buster is always by your side. You don't have to worry about it as much. There we go. What's a Tint Buster? We'll go over that. Do we have slip? What are you calling Buster, Buster? Alright, go up a little on that. Looks like we're good. Whoops. It's a school backpack filled with... Oh my god, again. Filled... It's not filled with books. It's filled with knowledge. We're spraying that knowledge all over the window. The ball buster. Alright, we got one little thing that I gotta clean out on the driver's side. I don't know where that came from, but little schmuck looking thing right here. Did you hear about the new fusion tool at SEMA? No. I mean, yes, in that somebody sent me the same type of screenshot that I saw a couple times, but no info about it, so I have no idea. I think the bulldozer could be improved a little bit. I don't think it needs to be... I don't think it needs as big of a handle. Yeah, one little loose thingy there. That's all that was, thankfully. Whew. When they're more solid like that, it's way easier to touch up. It's the real creepy small things that drive me insane. So like if you have a small little piece of lint that buries itself into the glue, you're going to have a hell of a time trying to get that off. Because you can't feel it, you can't see it. It's usually, like I said, buried. So, makes it extra difficult to save, because the only time you see it is when you've already pressed it into the glue. But if you have like a bigger spack or a bigger hair, much easier to save. You can see it, you can touch it really easily, and you can usually just rinse it out. So we had just a little guy right there. It's gone. Looks good. Let's clean this off. Let's take a look. What? Do your tinting muscles ever get out? You keep on going. I'm used to way longer days than this, but I spoil myself now. So I just don't do as many cars in a day. I've got that owner syndrome. No, but SEMA looks super cool this year. I never heard of it as much for window film. And if anything, you would hear trade shows kind of like slowing down. But it looked like SEMA was like massive. I watched the Obsessed Garage video on it. Man, it was a hike. And just some of the booths that the window film companies put together is like, you guys got some budgets. Why are you sleeping on your budgets for marketing and putting it all into a booth at SEMA? It's cool, though. Yeah, I saw a lot of the detailing booths for sure. That's what the Obsessed channel focused on. If anything, I didn't see a ton of what actually happened with the window film booths, but some of them were huge. It's cool to see. You start to think if, like, some of these companies really care or not. You don't hear of a lot of them doing anything. So they might feel like they're doing something, but the Facebook group has what, like 60,000 people in it? So if there's something happens, then you generally see some pictures posted about it. So I saw a handful posted in the group. And then you wonder what they were doing for the whole rest of the year. So that's awesome. I love to see it. You just, because when you don't see that stuff, you start to feel like they're a stale company that just looks at ROI, you know, just the traditional ROI. So it's like, yeah, we have this many people, you know, oh, we didn't make this much revenue, so we're not going to pour that much into SEMA this year or whatnot. So, like, to see a company like that all of a sudden go all out, that's super cool. We need more of that. I feel like a lot of companies have been sleeping on, like, external marketing stuff that they could do that actually connects with people. Is SEMA really worth it? I'm sure that so SEMA is probably really good for picking up some new big clients and introducing yourself to like big companies that probably wouldn't have they may have heard of you, because like some of those companies are really, really big, but you'll find unique things, make some interesting connections. But yeah, I'm still kind of on the fence of like, is it really worth the ROI? I don't know. But to see them put that kind of money into it, whether or not they knew there was that kind of ROI, is surprising. I mean, I think you can throw that kind of budget at stuff online, like just dollar for dollar, and do a lot of really cool, unique things online year round. And then that'll get people talking about you way more than one event. But I sure as hell didn't see anything posted about it before they actually did something at the event, which is kind of weird. All right, we got a sunroof to do. So I don't know. Some of the most notable ones that I feel like have been doing any type of an online thing. Honestly, I think probably the biggest one is Autobahn. Autobahn seems to really be getting behind some people and doing some interesting stuff. That's been cool to see. But I don't know. A lot of these bigger companies, they're very traditional. So SEMA has been around for a long time, and I've noticed it's a lot of like company see, company do type of thing. So when their competitors are also doing big things at a trade show like that, and they've been around for a long time, then a company is way more likely to do that same thing. Where I think they really miss out on is people that don't really think beyond the traditional routes. And so everybody kind of does the same thing. So it's like, it's really cool to see so many people put money into like decent booths at SEMA, but like they all did it. So I want to see some cool stuff year round from all of them. What percent on the sunroof? We're gonna do 70 on the sunroof, which is actually good because I have this piece of 70 here. I'm gonna see if it. We're going to see if this fits up here. To use 70% ISO or 90% ISO for cleaning. Oh my God. No, that's actually a real question because here I'm thinking, like, there's so many shitpost questions. I have 70 right now. You could use 90 too. Just any glass cleaner. I'll often use my slip solution, but you could, like, isopropyl alcohol is really strong, so that works really well too, and it dries fast. I think it's the best type of glass cleaner. For a second there, I forgot that they actually measure them by percentage. No, but I've always felt like window film companies are like 5 years behind everybody else. Just look at so many other examples of companies that are doing like interesting online marketing campaigns and working with people and just doing fun stuff. And then you talk to window film companies and it's just like a completely foreign idea. It's like, oh, people do that? It's like, do you guys internet at all? So as a handful of them start to do something interesting, we'll see some other ones follow suit. I just want the space to be fun. Starting to see that with tinter battles, some other events. There's not a lot, but there's some glimmers of hope. All right, okay, Tint Buster. I'm going back to my spray tanks because that's what I usually do. Let's fill up a Tint Buster though. So with the Tint Buster, it comes with this water pouch bladder doohickey thing. Safe, quick disconnect here. So you press this, this pops out. So you can leave the backpack sitting here. Where do I buy the Tint Buster? Tintbuster.com. Is Autobahn and Lumar similar? No, those are completely different companies. I don't know a ton about Autobahn though. I know way more about Lumar slash Eastman. Oh, okay. So this is like a difficult choice here. So I got about this much left, and it's enough for my spray tank. So I'm a little conflicted. I think I'm gonna put some soap in it because we're just doing the sunroof. So we'll do some regular soaps for this one. Oh, didn't I say I should try cold water to see if that keeps my back colder? Let's try that. So you can fill this puppy up. We'll put some soap in it. That's probably a lot. Now half the people have to pee. Okay, so this top part just closes together. It folds, and then this thing like slides back over, and it's supposed to seal it up. Looks like it's done a good job of that. Shake it up. Yeah, that place. You can go there. So hooking this thing back up, you just plug the little PP back in. So this, it goes back in, snaps in. Drop this back in. I don't know if there's a particular way they want it to face. Then we close up, throw this on our back. Cannon. And then got Mr. Tint Buster here. Almost like a camel backpack. I bet that's where the inspiration came from. There we go. Canon. GoPro. Are you from Canada? No, but I'm in Michigan, so we're like really close. And I listen to a lot of Canadian tech channels. Linus Tech Tips, they're definitely Canadian. They added a sprayer to a camel backpack. I think essentially that's what's happened. I've never used a camel backpack, but I've seen them. How's it supplying the pressure? There's a pump. There's a battery and a pump. Oh no, it's gonna be short. No! Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, that would have been great. It's such a perfect piece. It's 70, they'll never know. Is it worth it? If portability is your primary concern, yes. So walking around the car, not having to go for my sprayer, I genuinely enjoyed using it. I liked using it a lot. What do you think? Do you think this thing is long enough here? No. Let's just, fuck it. We'll have to go grab the 70. See, that's why I get jaded from having scraps. Because inevitably nothing ever fits right. Just like the True Spray systems. Yeah, True Spray systems have an electric pump as well. That's how those things work. So yeah, it's right in line with those. Where I think this is like, should I get a True Spray system? Should I get a tint keg? Should I get a backpack sprayer? It's like you should figure out what you need the most in terms of like creature comforts. So if you're walking around a lot, then you're probably going to really like a backpack sprayer. If it's more stationary, I mean, for me, I really like the tint kegs. But you have the option of putting an electric sprayer on them too. So but like I was saying earlier, if I was doing architectural, I don't know because I don't do it. But if I had some house windows to run in and do, I would 100% grab something that I don't have to set on the floor and I can just carry it around really easily. So for me, that would be the Tint Buster. So like, I'd be really cautious about everything. Hoses dragging on the ground, you know, wear little footies and shit like that. Especially when somebody's got like a brand new house. Like, you want to be as careful about their space as possible. So, for like one of the biggest, bulkiest things to just throw on your back and handle things that way, I think sounds really, really cool. House jobs are where you use hand sprayers. Yeah, so this is like a way more beefy hand sprayer. So you could just like put a trigger sprayer on your belt, or you could throw this on and you've got a lot more spray. So I think it just kind of depends on what your preferences are. They'll still hear plenty of people, you know, don't use tint kegs. They like using the trigger sprayers still. So this is just one guy's opinion on it. And then I'm constantly surprised by other people's use cases and reactions and stuff. So I can only speak for myself. Oh my God. Ugh. Recovered. All right, so we put this on sideways, which means we got to shrink it the long way, not the short way. Let's see how much room up there we got. Looks like we got plenty of space around the edges, though, so that's good. So this way. And then everything's going to get shrunk out on these edges here. It's more for saving some extra film, not for shrinking convenience. But one thing we talked a lot about too was you've got you're wearing something on your back. So in the summertime, it's just gonna get warm. So one thing I'd like to try is if I put cold water in there, Because I didn't think about this till I had warm water in it. Because my thought at home was I had this thing on for like 10, 15 minutes in the kitchen, and you start to feel your back getting warm. But I'm walking around a cool shop right now, and this doesn't bother me at all. But when you're in the middle of the summer, and it's 100 plus degrees, dude, you're dying in a garage. So I think you would be way less likely to wear something like this, but if you use cold water, maybe that would help. So I'll try it. I'm not expecting a lot, but it's definitely worth at least putting in and seeing what it does. So right now I kind of have like in between. I started putting warm water in it and I switched to cold. It's kind of neutral. But we'll do the rest of the sunroof with this because we get it all set up and going. Let's grab a seat cover and a towel. But one thing's for sure, I always appreciate tools that I can kind of try out when I get to, like, I'm listening to comments too. It's been a lot of fun to use. So let's put this back there. Tint Buster would be good for PPF. See, there's an application that I never thought of either. I could see that. I mean, with PPF, you are also very stationary, but moving back and forth and stuff, I think it'd have its own place. I don't do PPF anymore. I did some. So one thing that they mentioned too was, like, I saw a quick video about on windshields, like you can lean against it and it should be fine. But I can tell you right now, squeezing in here for the sunroof without putting the seats any farther back, because like these are all lowered and he's got a tarp here, so these seats aren't going any farther back than they are right now. It's a little cramped. But you could take it off. You could rest it on the seat. You don't have to rest it on your back. I think True Spray is going to be the better option for me. Yeah, makes sense. Everybody's going to be a little different. It's been fun. I like trying out different things here on stream, especially, like I said, when it kind of fits into what I do. Then I don't really have to adapt much to using it. It just, the most seamless things is really fun for me to try. So this was cool. I'll definitely pick it up. I'll pick it up from time to time. But yeah, there'll be times I use it. There, say probably the majority of the times, I'll still be using my tint kegs. But I think it's got a real cool place. It's cool to see some people bring something new that is genuinely interesting. Oh, there we go. Put this down. It smells like baby shampoo again. Yep, there we go. All right. My arm's a little held back. There we go. Readjust. better. Yeah, the backpack, it was kind of like wedged to the side a little bit, and then I couldn't stretch out my arm. That's why we try this stuff. We don't know until we use it. Can you show me the carpet shield shelf? Yeah, no problem. Good timing, actually, because we're basically done. Tint busted. Okay, I'd say sunroof, it's not ideal. All the sides, and that's where we used it the most, and I had no issues with using it on that. Climbing in and out, and then when it gets kind of wedged against the seat a little bit, I think it makes it a little bit tougher to use. Because one of these straps can kind of like pull on your shoulder, and you can't stretch out your arm quite as far. So that's something to keep in mind. All right, so with the shelves here, so these are like dual track rails. So there's a rail up here, like a cross beam. I wonder if I can show you better on this one. Yeah, like up here. So that black beam there, that screws into the wall. Those rails hook and drop straight down. You can move those in and out. So for whatever size rolls that you're using. So you'll find this in like hardware sections, or sorry, garage/storage sections in hardware stores. We've got these nifty little 6-inch brackets. But these brackets, so these are the same type of track brackets. They just stick out longer. I was able to find these at the Container Store, and they have little hooks that come down. So I didn't find these at any hardware store. That was specific to the Container Store, and that's a big organization chain around the U.S. So I'd look them up and see if they're in your area, or you can order them online. Part of their, like, I think they called it like their alpha storage system. Yeah. All right. Still, I'd say getting in and out, yeah, it's not super fun. I'd want this thing to be about half full when I go to do a sunroof. It's a little bit of a workout to squeeze yourself in there. Because what's happening is Canon. See this? Like GoPro. That backpack kind of like gets in your way as you're getting in and out. Not terrible, but definitely makes them a little bit more of a challenge. But you can make it work. Where it really shines, probably redundant at this point, is walking around the car. You'll always have your sprayer there. That's pretty cool. So it's been fun to use. So we pretty much are just got a little bit of touch up on this, and then we'll be all set. It's everything. It's all the sides, the rear, the windshield, the sunroof. So I'll set this up on the table. I think I need an extra outlet for the charger, though. I'll double check here. So, I'm going to come out with a competitor and put it in a fanny pack. There's got to be some good names for that one. All right. It's the alpha ones. Yeah. So these ones, the rails you can get at the Container Store. You can find them at other hardware stores. It's probably one company that makes those. That's why you can find different brands and they're kind of compatible. So as long as it's got the 2 holes here, you can fit, like, just look for the double slot brackets, and they should work fine. And then for this was the Alpha series from the Container Store. They're the only company that I saw with a bracket like that. I don't know if anybody else makes something else. Fanny spray and squirty pack. I think it needs a little work. Son of Tint Buster. Oh no, that goes back to what somebody said earlier, right? You just call it the ball buster, right? There you go. We named it. We did it. What was the slip? What slip was that film on? It's a newer one. It's not out yet, though. I think it's done as far as development goes. I'll talk about it more, but Geo is finally fixing their issues. And I'm giving them a lot of feedback on it, too. Because they created that problem in my life. I bitched to them about it. And we're gonna get it fixed. So I'm glad that they sent it out and are asking me about it, rather than just like, hey, this is it. Can you go over the percentage? Yeah, we'll get this buttoned up. I think we're pretty much done. So, oh yeah, I gotta put the mirror back in too. So a little bit more to do, but let me find, I think the key, oh, it's in my pocket. All right, so let me take these out and we'll kind of go over what we did and then I'll put the mirror back in. At least when it don't slip, we blame it on Geo. Yeah, that's how it's been. I mean, I'm okay with issues as long as you have a way to fix them. And when you don't, like, your product is used by so many people that are all having a similar issue, you should have a fix for it. Not just rely on other people to fix it if there's just nothing out there. So I don't think they really realized it, even though I'd bitch to them about it. But anyways, so this is 50% on the windshield, 20% on the front doors, and then we did 20 over the privacy glass, so that was 20 over 30% on the rear. So it's not quite as dark as limo, but it looks super good. It's honestly what I would do on a personal vehicle. I'd put 20 over the back. I don't quite want to do limo over it. I'd say it looks pretty freaking nice. And then we did 70 on the sunroof. It's open right now, but you're not really going to see a huge difference with anything on the sunroof. Keeps it nice and clear, but gives them some extra heat protection. Really, really good. So let's get that mirror. Put that back on. Oof. All right, let's unhook this. We can plug this back in. Come on. It always amazes me how close a connector can be and just not go in. And it's facing the right way, too. There we go. All right, we got it. Be careful. Ta-da! One of these ceramics a day would be nice. Oh, for sure. Halfway through my lunch, I found an inchworm in my sandwich trying to escape certain death. Damn, dude, why are you eating his lunch? Rude. Oh yeah, last thing I was gonna look at here. So, I'm kind of impressed overall with just the sheer level of detail right now on this for like, especially for a first gen product here. Canon. So like, a couple things I didn't really even talk about yet at this point. I was like, they got a nice little power button here, so you can turn it on or off that way. So in the front pouch here, you're gonna have the battery bank. So it's got a little power thing on here, and they actually put the tint buster stuff on there. I thought they would have just grabbed one off of the shelf, but that's super cool that they went into this level of detail with this product. So in order to charge it, you unplug this, and then you got a barrel plug charger. You get a barrel plug charger. The mic is farther away. That goes in here. So that's how you charge it. So you unplug this one, plug in the other one, and then you're up and running. I would like to see in the future maybe like a USB-C plug or just a more universal charger, only because if you left this at your shop and you went out mobile and the battery died, you can't just plug this into a cell phone charger. I don't know how long it would need to charge. I don't know how long the battery life is. We can go over to the website and probably find that stuff out, honestly. But you know, if you lose a charger, especially that one, you're gonna be really upset. But it is what it is. And here, that's where you get your pump, the tint buster. So it's a pretty beefy pump on this thing. Another thing to note is that you can feel a little vibration from the pump when you're using it. It doesn't really bug me, especially when I'm working. But, oh, I think we got to turn it back on. But you do hear it rev up and stop and rev up and stop. Oh, we unplugged it, so we got to turn the power button back on. So if you go over here, press this button right here, then and you'll be able to hear this. So like you get a constant spray, but what I'm assuming is happening is the pump is giving you more than enough pressure, and then it's stopping because it shuts off, starts. So you're not actually pushing a button here. It's looking for the pressure. So it's kind of like always when you're using it. Just something to note. It's something I wouldn't have thought of until I got it on hand. So, but it's I like it. It's super cool. I want to put one of the brass sprayers on it and give it a go. Also, yeah, actually that's interesting. So this has a fan tip sprayer on it. So if we pull off the brass sprayer with a cone tip, yeah, it's got a fan tip on it. So this is what it ships with. So I'll try pulling this off, putting the brass sprayer on, and see if with a cone tip, because you're not going to get as much spray out of a fan tip, but with a cone tip, you'll probably get a little bit more spray. So maybe it's not going to do that quite as much. It's going to be more constant. So there's still a few things I'd like to try with it. I'm not done with it yet. But it was cool. Let me go over to the tint booster. One thing's for sure, as you can tell, he makes videos. Oh, okay. So change out the bladder. So when you go to fill it up, you'll want to fill up both probably. Oh, I didn't even talk about the belt here. So he's got a tool belt that ships with it. I have the Avery belt, so I still have to give this tool belt a fair shake. But that was surprising to see that he actually has it with the tool belt here. So I'll have to look into that a little bit more. Take it off. So for a sunroof, it would make sense to probably leave it on the seat, not have it on my back. But did you see what he did there? He just strapped it to the stool. That's clever. Power on the go. Oh, yeah, and it's got a USB port on it. So you can power a phone with it, too. Yep, that. I forgot about that. Let's see. How long does the battery last? There we go. A full week, depending on the usage, including a phone charger, up to 3 days. So yeah, you'll get a good at least week out of it on a full charge. The Container Store. I found the shelving bracket, but I couldn't find the hook. Framework, drawers and accessories, solid shelving, hardware and tools. All right. It would be like accessories for this kind of stuff. I bought these a while ago, though, so hopefully they still have them. Hook. They probably have 10 million hooks. So if you can go into one of their stores, it was over by where like the closet rods and stuff were. I haven't had to try and find it online, though. So these are the brackets. Kind of interesting they found them there. So this is definitely the bracket. Oh, here it is. Alpha closet rod holder. Right there. Got it for you. So that hooks right in the bottom of this bracket right here. So there you go. I found them both for you. And as far as like how far out? I think I've got the 12-inch ones. Yep, I got the 12-inch. They have longer ones, which is cool. But, yep, I've got this one right here. It looks exactly like that. 85. How many of these do they have? My hooks are starting to bend, so I have to pick up a couple more. 116. Oh, yeah, they got a few. How much water does this Tint Buster bladder hold? God, what was it? Sorry, I'm trying to think. I think it was 96? I got it right here. Let me look. $96 ounces or 3 liters is what that says on here. So it's cool. All right. Where'd my phone go? That's a good question. Is it not over here? Uh-oh. Well, I guess I gotta go find it. Oh, boy. Alrighty. Well, I'm pretty much at an end today. So we're gonna shout out any super chats that we had. And we'll call it. But yeah, this was a good one. Window Tint Life and Hans, thank you guys so much for the supers today. I greatly appreciate it. And hope everybody had fun on the stream. And your little tour of the Tint Buster. It was cool to use. Alrighty, well, you guys have a good one. And I'll see you soon. Bye.